4th of July weekend, and I'm working. I don't care because I like this. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Okay, so I want to be able to keep everything in frame. So, wow. Okay, let me try this. Yeah, that might be the way I'm have to do this. You know, I'll bring this. All right, let me see. I'm figuring it out, guys. Give me a sec here. I don't know whether I want to use that real close like that. That might be the best way. See, I'm trying to keep the pad. I can just slide the pad over a little bit and then bring the mask and everything closer together. That'll work. Is that you, Crusher? Who is this? Who's on with me? I'm actually setting up the computer so I can read your text while I'm doing this. I'm wearing a mask today. It's my brother's mask, and I'm going to use the baby mohair. I have baby mohair. It's a very soft, thinner fiber, but at the time it was the only stuff that was available. I specifically bought it for him. So we're going to use the mohair, and we're going to hair this bad boy. I hope I didn't knock that camera all over the place, but we're going to find out the big heavy. Now, I wouldn't recommend using any kind of good clothing while we're doing this, for sure. I always apply my hair with mask latex. That's what I like to use. And this is a silicone latex and silicone stick together, so it's always nice. I can just peel it right off of there when it gets stuck. And here's the baby hair. Oh, I got too much out. All right. Here's the baby mohair that I dyed nice and light to match the Halloween 2 1981 mask. So what I'm going to do here, I got to figure this out. Wait a minute. What do I want to do? Yeah, this is really soft. So I don't know what the staple length is on this stuff. In other words, wherever this comes apart, if I pull on this, I'm safe to say if I take a length about a foot long and I pull on it, okay, that tells me that's about 8 inches to 10 inches long. All right. So what I like to do, and the reason why I like to do that is because you see how when you pull on the fibers, it just makes it a natural end. You don't want to cut it. All right. So what I'll do from here is I'll cut this in half. I'll cut this in half right here, and this becomes the ends. Let me make sure it's in half. Don't want to cheat myself. Cut it right in half right here. Okay. And now I have two finished ends. Like that, you know, that's a nice piece. So, all right, now I don't necessarily need to draw lines, but you guys can draw lines, and I'll tell you how the lines go on a mask. Go from here, like this is where my first starting line is, and I bring it in right behind the ear, just a little bit, an inch below the top of the ear, and that's how I bring it in. And I round it just a little bit. The next line of hair goes right over top, and so on and so forth. It just keeps going and going and going. And that's how you want to line your hair. And then as you're putting the hair on, you definitely, the hairline up here on the mask, you want to bring that hair in as you're getting closer. You want to taper that hair So it's this way, not straight down. You don't put your hair straight down. That does not work that way. You have to, not with a Michael Myers mask. All right, the final layer of hair that you do right on the hairline, you want to put it in this way. All right, you don't want to put it in this way, because what you're going to do is you're going to bead that, and then once it dries, you're going to fold it back, and then it'll tuck in on itself. Now, I never do a lot of hair at once. I take a half of that, half of this. Let me get this out of the way. And I just use a little at a time. I do not rush my hair jobs. I don't care how long it takes on film. I'm probably going to start learning how to use the high speed. Let me put my. I want to make sure I'm on. My camera's all set up here. There and I. Let me go on here. My channel. All right, here I am live. Cool, we're in frame, baby. Yeah, I like that. All right, so you can see what I'm doing. All right, so now, anybody want to comment? You're welcome to. I can actually see you guys now. Oh man, I gotta turn that volume down over there. Shoot. Let me see if I can reach it. I don't know if I can. Well, I know what I can reach. And that's disconnect the back panel. I'll just disconnect that so I can't hear the sound. Oh no, that won't work, because that'll just make it come through the speakers on the computer. And we'll talk about the tacky glue in a minute. Let's see if I can reach this without destroying the table here. I can hear myself, and I don't want to hear myself. There we go. I reached it. What did I knock over? My mask latex. No big deal. Okay. Wow, I don't have a huge delay today. I've got some really cruddy clothes on. This is, thank you, Alan Hops, for the Stiltby Studio t-shirt. You can get your Alan Hops t-shirts if you visit his channel at Stiltby Studios. Let me see if you can see. Yeah, you can see that. I can't. I have to. All right, glasses off, because I need my glasses off. All right, so the first strip of hair, we're going to start right here, right in the middle, right where the hole is. All right, where the separation comes into play. And we've got the already cut end. So what we're doing is I want to spread this a little bit. It's too thick. You want it nice and thin, your hair. You don't want it too thick. In other words, this way. You don't want it thick that way. You don't want it to look about big round ball. No, you don't want that. And this is mohair. Look at the shine on it. You see the shine? That's a very light blonde look. It's going to look good with as far as a Michael Myers Halloween 2 look. All right, so what I do is I run a bead. I'm going to do this so you can see what I'm doing. Run a bead across the top. I really mash that in, but first I got to put a bead on the mask where it's going to go. Now this is thick mask latex, so it doesn't really run that well, or it doesn't run. Now, you can use popsicle sticks, but latex comes right off your fingers as you, and I really mash that in. I'm mashing it in to the fibers, because then what happens is it don't want to let go of that mask. It won't let go. All right. Now I just get my finger like that, and no sooner that I take that majority of that off, it just comes right off my finger. Now what I like to do is I also like to keep it neat. So I cut a little bit of that excess off and make a nice edge. All right, and look at that. I judged that just about perfect. Just about perfect. Now, some people like to put bead light. Now this is time consuming. Don't get it twisted. You're going to be a while doing this. And that's why I'm doing this in regular time, so to speak. Um, I'm doing this live, and I'll eventually update the. I'm going to start editing my videos once I get past this mask making process, because I don't have a lot of time. As much time as I have, I still don't have a lot of time because I'm still trying to run a household, and I got a lot of other projects going on besides that. I got a deck to rip off the back of the house. Um, you know, I'm gonna take that deck down and put a concrete pad down on my house. Right where where I'm working out on that porch. I've decided, because lumber costs just way too much money, so I've decided to. Come on, think, John, think. All right, I've decided to put a concrete pad down there to save money. Now this won't take long. This will, or the hair the mask latex doesn't take that long to. All right, next piece. Now I'm spreading it because it was a big ball. Remember that. Now there's a really light piece right here. I'm going to over. I don't like too much hair on when I'm doing this, because you end up brushing most of it out, and you don't want to do that, trust me. Get out of here. Okay. More latex. Make sure you got a nice bead on it. I always try to remember to keep my cap on the latex, because um, that latex will dry up on you. You don't want that tip getting all dry and messy. So I really push it into the fibers, so this way latex is throughout all the fibers. It's really mashed in there. And it's just so much easier to do it with your fingers. Um, Latex peels off with no problems. It dries fast on your fingers because of your body heat. Um, okay. Now watch, I'm just going to put it on the shirt, which, like I said, use rags. Why waste paper towels on something that just comes right off? I don't really care about the shirt. I can always get another one. Thank you, Alan Hops. I can always get another one. Oh, God. I'm terrible. Okay, so we need to put another bead of latex down, and I'm going to go. See, there's just a little bit too little bit of hair. It's a very little hair there, so I'm going to go right to this point. How wide is that? That's about there. I don't know what that is. Get that out of there. Okay. And really excess. make a nice straight line to work with. And that's close enough. I kind of like this mohair. I kind of do. All right, come on, don't fight me. I got a little hair. So one thing about the real fine hair is if it gets stuck to your fingers and you don't want to get it into this area of the because it'll pull up, it'll want to pull away. Anything that is pulling away, pull it completely away because you don't want that latex to get in this area. All right, I got a little bit to put right here, just a tad bit, and that's this piece here. Don't need a lot. And see, by pulling that apart like that, that really, it's about as wide as I want to go with that. My brother has not seen the mask, but he's coming over tonight. And I think I'm going to video that surprise. What do you think? Or video? Okay, I'm dating myself. What do you think, guys? Should I go on camera with that tonight? That big surprise, the big reveal. I purposely, I was going to send him pictures, and I thought, you know what? It's better that he sees this like in person. I want him to see this mask in person because the camera lies. It does not give the same. It just doesn't look the same on camera. I got to get a good camera. Even the iPhone is a nice camera. Don't get me wrong, but it's not giving me the true look of this mask. It really isn't. And every time I put this mask into different lighting, broad daylight, it looks the best. It looks the best in broad daylight. It really does. Now the reason why I'm holding this down, when I match that in, because when I start pulling that, I'm pulling it forward. So I'm really trying to just mash it into the hair fibers. And yes, this is hair. This is mohair. It's not really a wool. Okay, so we got that done. Now I got to put a little bead right there, just a little one, and I'm coming in right about, you know what, I want to put this on a little bit of an angle. There we go. This Latex feels a little thinner than what it normally is, so I don't know what's going on there. But I always try. Give me a break. You know what? I can put that on there. I don't want this on my fingers when I'm handling this. Okay. Got that. Perfect. Oh, there was some stuff underneath. Okay. That's okay. I have to get that off of there, whatever that is. You know, I am going to use the stick for this because there's a piece of something. push that in there real good. Might have to throw a little bead of latex over top of this. But there's something right here that's caught in the hair. Is it worth it? No, it isn't worth it. I'm going to leave it there. It's going to pull the hair into the, it'll make a mess. All right, so what I'm going to do is, because that pulled that apart a little bit there, I don't even know what that was. It might have been on the pad. Not sure. Just a little bit of latex is all I'm going to put on there. You know what? It might have been a balled up piece of hair. That's all it is, with latex in it. Just got to watch your area. You really do. All right, so we're going to kind of smooth that into the mask. Okay. Go to the other side. Follow that same line. So I bring a little bit of a dip. I don't like covering up my custom corpses or the night creeper. When you lift the hair, you'll be able to see the logo. That's why I separated these two custom corpses and night creeper the way I did when I sculpted it into the sculpture. Very important. You got to think way ahead when you're sculpting stuff, making sure that you have your hairline. You don't want your hairline falling right on top of your logo. That would be terrible. All right, so I'm going to move a little quicker. I think try and do. I'm going to move a little bit quicker. Boy, this stuff is really soft. It's cool though. It's. I love this. He's gonna love this mask. He really is. I think he's gonna love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. And what I'm gonna do too. See how that comes right off the silicone? Just that underlaying, that under. The reason why I'm doing this and keeping this pad somewhat clean, just in case there's little hairs of fiber on that mat. I don't want that there, because if I get any, like look at this, there's a piece that was right on there and I pulled it off, just a little fuzzy. And the thinner this hair is, the harder it is to see, especially with my vision. Yeah. Don't laugh. You get to my age, you won't be laughing too hard, trust me. You young guys out there. Anybody that's 60, I just turned 60. Anybody that's my age, you know what I'm talking about. Some are worse than others. Some have a lot worse than others. I'm just cleaning up a little bit. I'm just trying to get stuff up here. I don't want any surprises. That just like that happened over here with a little ball of something in the mask. And now it's too late to pull out because, all right, that's spread good enough. Smash it down because it's a clean surface. Wow, that's a little too much. It's a little thicker though. I have a little thicker of a. You know what I'm going to do with this one? I'm going to flip it over because it's a little thicker. So I want to really make sure it's mashed into those fibers. And the reason why we want to mash in those fibers, because when I go to comb this out, the only thing that's going to come loose is like, just very minimal. It'll be a very minimal amount that comes loose. when I'm coming. This is nice. All right, I got stuff on my finger still. Get it off. Don't need. Really? Right on my mouse pad. That's neoprene. That'll probably stay. I need a new mouse pad anyway. Oh no, it's coming right off. Oh, that's because it wasn't dry completely. And the heat from my finger is actually drying it quick. Okay. Make sure there's nothing on my fingers here. Don't need any hair follicles. All right, I need a little more. You always kind of line it up, see if you got enough latex on your mask. What I really want to do is get my hand up underneath it there and push on this. There we go. Why does that want to? Oh, I know why that's doing that. Oh, I think I know what happened here. Okay. Alrighty. I waited a little too long because this latex will dry quick. Now, I used to prepare the area of putting the latex on there because remember I did put a sealer on the paint. All right. Is that coming off again? What's going on here? That never happened. Never had a problem like that. That's really weird. Because the hair right there, at little sections, it's like really stiff. I don't know why, but it is. And we're ready for the next. All right, once again, take about a foot in your hand. Ooh, that didn't give me the 8 inches I was looking for. That's what she said, right? All right, so we're going to pretty much cut that. Maybe I can. Yeah, I can. That is close. I measure it about 4 inches, about the length is the length of your hair you want, and that's about the width of your hand. A little longer, and it's perfect. So now, without having latex all over my, ideally I should have 2 sets of scissors. One cut, trimming the latex ends, and the other to cut clean hair. don't see anybody in. Oh, wait a minute. There. Okay, down on the bottom. Hold on. Put my glasses on, so let me try and pop this up so it's nice and big. No, don't want that. What's up, Crusher? Yeah, little brother's coming tonight, man. Let me throw my glasses on so I can read your comment a little better. Yeah, I think he might freak out a little bit. This is going to blow his mind a little, I think. So, I mean, it's a shame because the camera's not really, showing how nice and shiny this fabric is, or this mohair. This is baby mohair, man. It is really fine. See if I can get you close up of it. I don't know. Is it going in focus? Look at the. Yeah, it's really fine. That's really fine hair. It's soft. Oh my God. It's almost a shame to have to. You know what? I'm going to split this in half because this is just too much. That's a little low. That's a little bit low. You know what though? Thinking about this, the H2 is a matted look. The hair is not real thick on the mask. It's really matted down. And I have to learn how to do that too. But generally, you're putting the hair on the same as you would a 78. It's no different. I'm putting this on no differently than I would on any other mask, Michael Myers mask, because the issue is not so much the. Oops, gotta put some hair. Give me a second here. Stuck to my finger again. Yeah, he's gonna really enjoy this thing. He's gonna like it a lot. Okay. Push this in. Now I always try to put the some people like to flip that over and put that against the mask. I look at it this way. Let that bead of hair or bead of latex do some for you here. Why is this giving me such a hard time and my fingers are stuck to it now? Great. I don't understand. Maybe the sealer on here is still on the mask and it doesn't want to stick. Wait, now it's sticking. Once that latex grabs and it dries, forget it. You ain't getting that off. I mean, you'd have a war on your hands pulling those fibers off. All right. Take some of this off because I don't want the hair on the. Yeah, see, there's hair all over that. Clean as I go. I don't want it to be too. I don't need any beads of crap on there. Okay. So remember, on the Michael Myers H2, a lot of the hair was missing off the back of the neck. It was really high up. It was probably like right in this area. That was where it was kind of just chopped. It wasn't really, there wasn't a ton of hair there. going to take the second, the guesswork on your beads, how long you want your beads to be on the mask. Simple thing to do. Ready? Ooh, well, you know what? I'm going to let it. That's too much. All right, so here's what I did is I just took off what I don't need, and that fits in there just like that. Perfect. And now we just got to put a bead in here. A bead on this. I need to work faster here. I gotta stop yapping as much. Work. I am going to start editing the videos, so there'll be high speeds, and then I'll narrate over top of them. So it's just better for YouTube, better for me, better for my channel. And I got stuff running down here. Good. Okay. I don't find it necessary to draw lines on mask and all that stuff. I guess when you're first starting out, you might want to do that. Get used to it. Where you're going to place your hair. There's a couple hair videos that I'm probably going to take down because they were failures. You know what? It's to see the failures, because I think sometimes if you Pipe Master's on. Is he? Yeah, he too. Cool, man. Is Pipe Master with us? He's I don't know. What's today? Saturday? No, he's not working. Unless he's looking for OT. When you guys are young, that's when you have to do it, man. Hustle for that money. You gotta hustle. Do it when you're young, because when you get older, you can't do it. You don't have the energy. Unless you manage to be one of them people that have good genetics and stay fit most of your life, then you're lucky. Those who have ailments, pretty much screwed. Yeah, that's still wet. Gotta let that base get dry first. Okay, so now I'm going to work this way. Actually, no, you know what? Let me go to the other side. And you can see now. You see how that first row of hair is? And I see what the hell happened here. What is going on? We'll stay there once that hardens. And the next row, see how this is a split in the mask. The next row will cover that. And I like to start, I was going to start here, but no, I want to start in the center. I want to get my height right. So I want to make sure that the height is right. First, I'm going to figure out what piece I'm going to use. Now, that's not long enough. I don't like the way this is looking. These two pieces are too short. First piece is going to go right there. Yeah, I can't wait. I'm not even going to use those pieces. They're a little too short. I'm just going to start cutting it. And then once I comb it out, it'll pull it all through. So yeah, no, you don't have to stick to that rule of trying to see, by pulling this stuff apart. When you're pulling your pieces apart, it gives you doesn't give you that cut edge. It gives you a nice feathered edge. And that's when you're pulling it apart. But to get that staple length, and I guess in some cases, the staple lengths are pretty short. You can't have short hair. That's not going to happen. Okay. So let's mash in some hair. Let's just put it right here first. right in the center. Sorry, am I blocking your view? Okay. Feeling air push through that. Okay, that's cool. That was weird. My hands are sticky. Gotta constantly clean them. Gotta constantly clean them. So I'm going to use this little popsicle stick to really mash that in. Pull it forward. Take that X that's coming off of here. Put it back into the... Yeah, I'm not digging this. See how short this piece here was? I'm gonna start cutting this stuff instead of... One nice thing about latex is it comes right off. Doesn't really like to stick to anything but itself. Oh, sticks to me too. All right, let's see. What do we got? Sup, man, Crusher. I don't see. Yeah, there's Pipe Master. Okay, cool. You're not working. You're off today, man. Tell me you guys are cooking some good barbecue, and I'll be happy. You know, unlike me. Look what I'm doing. Look what I'm doing. All right, so we're gonna cut this. I'm not gonna play around. I'd rather have, I'm not even going to say that. I'm going to cut the lengths that I want. See, I'm taking my hand, and I don't want the taper to be part of that length. So I'm going to cut just a little bit. Okay. Keep that over there. And why is this like this? Okay, that's part of that. I'm going to take half of this, put that there, and spread it, baby. Spread. I think he's going to freak out too. I'm trying to figure out how this thing reads. Is it up or down? Oops, I don't want to click anything. Okay, all right. I think I got it. Not sure what this one piece is driving me crazy. Felted. That's what that happens when you dye the hair. It gets fuzzy. That's called felting, and you don't want that to happen. You know, see how like this is real fuzzy right here. It's felting. You don't want that. You want it nice, you know, smoothed out. But you can't avoid it. At least I don't know how to yet. As how to avoid felting. Good question. Once you dye it, you put that in that water. Unless there's another way to dye the hair. I mean, maybe there's a better way to dye the hair. maybe, I'm going to go over top of this again. Because this hair length is just not good enough. Oh, I didn't talk about the tacky glue. I see a lot of guys using tacky glue. Uh, okay. I don't say whether it's good or bad. It's messier. It's stickier. It can be problematic more than I would use. And latex, once that sticks to the latex to latex, you'd literally have to rip that hair right off of there. And we're not doing that to our masks, are we? Not unless you're overhauling them. And I don't think most of you guys are doing your overhauls. Some of you do. You know what? Because my hands are getting a little sticky, I like to use the popsicle sticks to push it in. I try not to put too much of a bead of latex in there because you don't want all your hair sticking together and boy, that's going to be soft. That's going to be soft. Now, I won't be able to style this till tomorrow. I got to make sure that hair is really, really cured. I got to make sure that mask latex is cured onto this head. All right. Got quite a bit of it off of my fingers. Let's turn this to this side. Now I'm dropping this down just a little bit. This is on an angle like that. I'm not going to the top or, swerks. I'm going up and I'm going back down into the ear. And that's the same way it goes, as I go up the center, I'll bring it down towards the center of the top of the ear, all the way across. You'll see. This is going to be time consuming, guys, so hopefully you got nothing better to do, that's one thing, but this is Saturday, 4th of July weekend. I'm sorry, if you got a pool, get in it. If you got a barbecue to do, go do it. Don't watch me. I appreciate you guys being with me, but put me on the big screen out in the yard while you guys are all doing your activities. I wish I could see what you guys were doing. I think it's probably more interesting. Yeah, that definitely would be more. That's what the hell happened there. Okay, I just realized something. I just gotta. I like to overlap just a little bit, just a tad bit. Wow. Hopefully that didn't bounce right up into my. Good. Perfect. Perfect. My wife's still coughing. live on YouTube, dear. I know you don't like being on TV. You want something from me? You need something? I haven't said happy 4th of July, everybody. Hopefully you don't get rained out wherever you are. I know we're supposed to get some bad weather over the next couple of days. I don't know. They said it was supposed to clear up by tomorrow. We're supposed to get some crappy weather tonight and today. We'll see. We shall see. Now, I'm just gonna continue to cut this because what I'm gonna do, I gotta clean this up. Look at this. See this? Look at that. Look at that mess. Yeah. Frustrating. Get off of there. Let me do this. Get rid of that. So if I just wait a few seconds, the heat from my body will dry this almost instantaneously. Just cleaning up the board. I clean up the board a little as no matter what surface I'm on, I try to keep the surface clean as I go because the hair can get really messed up if you get that latex in here. Eesh. Goes for tacky glue too. Even the quick drying stuff. Sometimes can be worse because you don't have much time for fixing things if something goes bad on you. If it goes a little crazy on you. Oh man, I hope you guys are eating some burgers for me. That's no good. You know what that would have been good for though? Would have been good for like the little devil's horns, as they call them, on the mask. Oh yeah, see that's about the length I like it, right there. It's a little bit longer, a little bit wider than my hand. I'm going to say that's like 5 inches. Now I'm going to pull on this, and as I pull that apart, it should smoothen out the ends. And as I'm doing this anyway, it's just I'm going to, yeah, that's going to create a little bit of a uneven end. That's okay. Once I sorry, I lost my train of thought. Just trying to get it done fast because that stuff will dry up on me. Push it in there, baby. Push it in there. I know I'm not talking to you guys enough. I can't tell if you're still on with me though. That's the thing. Okay. A little trimming. And a little sticking. And you notice the angle that I'm putting that hairline on. Going this way. And it's going to keep going like that. That's how you want to do that. You don't want your hair. Need a popsicle stick. Stop yapping for a second there, Johnny boy. Make sure it's clean though. Make sure it's clean. Make sure you pull all the latex off of it. All right. It's time consuming, guys. This is definitely time consuming. This is why we pay a lot of money for artists' work. This stuff isn't cheap. products aren't cheap by far. Um, when we have to purchase like mohair, for a vat of that is not even a vat. I mean, probably 8 ounces. 8 ounces is $35, somewhere in that vicinity, 30 to 35. You know, by the time you pay shipping now, it's ugh, probably looking at 50 to $60 for 8 ounces of hair, and they'll do maybe 3 masks. You know, shipping's going to change everything. It's really going to hurt us. Uh, Crusher and Jim, you're local. You know, you can come down here and get your mask. Crusher, I might have to talk to you about the shipping. You know, I don't mind giving a free mask away. You know, a free, but shipping cost right now. I don't need them. I don't need it to cost me money. That's the thing. It's not really fair to me. I give away a mask, but you know, I think anytime I give away a mask, I'm going to make sure everybody knows they got to pay for shipping if they want it, because it's just not right. I don't have to pay for shipping. It's probably really big money. The more I thought about it, I don't know. I haven't checked it yet, so if it's not real bad, I don't mind. But man, if it's one of these things where it's going to cost me $100 to send a mask out to you, I'm not paying for that. It's not going to happen. So we will see, Crusher. You have a mask. It's just whether or not you want to pay for the shipping. You know, I mean, it seems like it's not fair, but I just think that what happens is when we started out doing all this stuff, and even back when I was sculpting, when you won the mask, the price of gas wasn't like it is now, and everything's being affected by it. Everything. We went from $1.89 a year and a half ago to 5 something a gallon. It's crazy. Crazy. Not even right. All right, so but what I mean by saying this is I just don't think I can, for shipping because it's going to be a lot of money, I think. I don't know. Somebody research that. See what it costs to ship from United States, New Jersey to Puerto Rico. Check the money on, and I'm going to send it. We want to try and send it the cheapest way, but then the longer something sits in the mail, now what I do is I put it in a 12 by 12 box. The weight's not a real problem. The weight of the mask is about 3 pounds total. Once I stuff it with the air, I use the air bubble stuff. I stuff it with the air bubbles, stuff, and then I put plastic bags over it, and then put it in a box, a 12 by 12 box, square. You know, it's a little bulky, but I think it's the best way to do it. Because if I were just throwing this in a plastic bag, man, it can deform on you. I don't believe in that. I don't think that's the proper way to send a mask. You have to really do your best to keep people from destroying it in the shipping process, especially when it's going long distance, and it may take a little longer because of the way things are right now. So the less time it's sitting in the mail, the better off you're going to be. But at the same time, you almost have no choice but it, because it's just ridiculous how much money they want to charge for shipping right now. I haven't checked the prices on it, so it's not fair for me to say whether or not I can do it or not do it. But I want to make sure that you understand if it's really high, I am not going to that shipping situation is terrible right now. It really is. I'm trying to keep the hair tool minimal. I don't want to put too much on because what's going to happen is when I go to brush this out, it's going to really come out. Let me see, is there any more? Steve, okay, all right. See, I don't. Why isn't this like not automatically scrolling down? Uh, yeah, I mean, Crusher. I mean, I no, I want to honor it. I want to definitely honor it. But when the prices when the gas prices started hiking up on us, that changed because you won the mask last winter. You actually won the mask when during the winter before the prices started really going outrageous. Um, and it's killing us over here in the States. I don't know what it's like in Puerto Rico, gas over there, but man, it's here. And hello, Steve. I'm gonna have to watch you do that because as far as what you're doing, Steve, how you're doing that. Let me see. I use a wooden end of an artist brush to apply the hair in a rolling action, moving the hair around with the tip. We're paying $1.99, $2 per liter. How close is a liter to a gallon, Steve? Just curious. Would you know? I don't have I'm just not real good with the metric system. I'm an old-fashioned guy in the United States, and I still use a tape measure that uses inches, not centimeters, or. So I never really took the time to learn the differences. So it's 241 per liter. Basically, it's close to a gallon, right? A liter. No, a liter is actually, isn't that 64 ounces? It's a little less than a gallon. Yeah, I think that's a little less. Hey Sue,
What?
how close is a liter to a gallon?
4 liters to a gallon.
Oh geez. Okay. 4 liters to a gallon, guys. So that means you're paying, Jesus, it's over $8 a gallon there. Probably close to 10 in the UK, US dollars. That's a lot of money, man. Wow. Steve, I'm gonna check you out tonight. Do you have any kind of herring videos up on your? Are you on YouTube? I don't even know if you're. I mean, do you have a YouTube channel, Steve? I think I am. I remember seeing your logo on the channel. Yeah, my brother's gonna freak out when he sees this mask. I think he's gonna love this mask. I think he's gonna love this mask. And what also happens, because this is the stuff I bought from either Woolery or Etsy. I can't remember where I got this stuff. This mohair, baby mohair. It's young mohair. I guess it's not adult. I'm trying to remember what the kid mohair. I think that's what it's called. Kid mohair. But my point is, it's very thin, very soft. Um, it's not natural. It's not nowhere near close as real human hair, as far as thickness goes. I'm just wondering how it's going to style and how it'll look when I get it a little matted and stuff. I hope good, because that'll really suck if I have to hairless mask and put adult mohair on here. That would really, really suck. I don't want that to happen. But we'll see. Okay, I gotta put a little more bead on here. Gotta remember, guys, I have not sold one mask yet. Everything's been in production for months. I have not made any money on this yet. None. Zero. And it's because I keep going back to the drawing board. That's really what the problem is. I keep, come on. Anyway, yeah, I keep going back to the drawing board with. Come on. Sucks because I got my glasses on. I can't really see with my glasses on close. Yeah, this is going to work out pretty nice. It really is. It's a fine hair. It's sorry, you can't see what I'm doing. Okay, let me turn it. Let's turn it so you can see. And this might be just enough. I think that might do, baby. A little thin, but that's okay. I can fix that with the next layer. $4 to a gallon. That means your price of gas out there is really freaking high. Hey, Sue.
Yeah?
They're paying. Yeah, we're being ripped off. I think the whole world's being ripped off, Steve. I don't want to talk politics on here, please. I don't want to, because I can get demonetized on here. I don't want to talk politics, but it's a scary thing. They're paying for gas over in the UK, $2.41 per liter. You hear me?
Yeah.
One of my friends on here just informed me. That's a lot of money, Steve. That is a lot of money. It's a lot of money in US dollars, too. That's 8. Yeah. Like I said, I'm no brainiac. I am a kind of guy that totally depends on his artist's ability when it comes to DJ'd for a lot of years. Don't even want to say how long. Some of you know, some of you don't. I didn't get of what they call perfect pitch hearing in my ear, my ears. I have perfect pitch hearing. And little keyboards, I can play keyboards by ear. Yeah, it's crazy. It changes. That's all. Something about the U.S. is every 4 years it can change. Every 2 years it can change, depending on what election comes up, and it depends on who's in office. I always say policies. Like I said, I don't talk about politics. There's nothing negative I'm saying here. I'm simply saying that every 4 years there could be a change in direction. So it seems like we never really, as taxpayers, we never really gain any ground. It's always the same. Never ever change. There's no point in fighting over right, left, Republican, Democrat. It's just there's no fight. There's no point to it because if you think about it, our lives haven't really changed one way or the other. Outside of this is pretty bad with the gas, but hopefully that doesn't last. Hopefully it changes. But I'm not talking negative. Please, YouTube, don't shut me down for saying anything negative. I'm just kind of like just doing my thing here. I don't want to talk politics, guys. Let's talk about something else. Let's talk herring a Michael Myers mask. Let's talk about what you're doing over there. What are you guys doing for the 4th of July? I know it's not a UK celebration because it's probably just any other weekend to you guys. But in case you do celebrate it, what do you do for the 4th of July weekend? What are you guys doing? That's what I want to know. Do you have me on out by the pool where you're barbecuing? Or do you have me on out front in some places where they're in the city and you got the fire hydrant cracked open and you're barbecuing out on the front step? We know who I'm talking about. But yeah, I know all about Philly. Let's just say that. I know all about Philly. And I know what it used to be like. On hot days, they would open up the fire hydrants, or we would find a way to do it ourselves. And kids would run at the fire hydrant, and we would be barbecuing right on our front porch. So I may not have come from Philly. Oh, wow, I actually did come from Philadelphia. That's where I was born. But we moved down to the shore when I was a kid. And I was like 4. Yeah, I was 4 years old when we moved here to the shore. And I got, I was very lucky to be able to do that. My parents really, my father worked as a tankerman, pipe master. My father was a merchant marine. He was a captain on a tanker. And most of his bases were right there on the Philadelphia harbor. That's where he had to go to work. I was on those boats a couple times with him. Wasn't supposed to be, but I was a young kid. And he took me on. And I got to make sure I see what a seam is so I can put my mark right here. Oh yeah. Both my parents are gone now. My mom just died last year. Not this Memorial Day weekend, but Memorial Day weekend. Memorial Day is when she died. It was like May 30th, 2021. That's when she passed. She was 81. She lived a full life. She lived with me for her last, I guess, 5 years, 4 years. So that's what we have to do as you know, they bring us into the world, and I'm sorry, I'm against putting them in their nursing homes when they can stay with, you know, if you have the ability to be able to keep them. It's another thing too, if they're getting really ill or they have some medical issues where you can't really take care of them. That's a different story. But if your parents are healthy and they're just too old to take care of themselves on the littlest things, shopping, they can't drive anymore, or, you know, when you're talking about stuff like that, you should help them. You should have them live with you, regardless of, like, if you're married, you know, you got two sets of parents, you know, so I kind of get along with my mother-in-law of late. She's only, you know, been really nice. So she's the only one alive now. She's like 87. Yeah, she's 87. So we were supposed to pick her up for this weekend, but it's just too chaotic. So we're going to get her, bring her down on Tuesday. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do for her. Don't know how many more years we'll have her around, and especially for my wife. I just, you know, she loves her mom as much as they bitter at times, but she loves her mom, just like we all love our parents. And who am I to stand in the way of that? Nobody. I'm busy. I'm working. It's funny. Last time I was. What was I doing? I forget what I was doing in here. I was sculpting on I was fixing the. I wanted a mask. I forget what I was doing to the sculpture. I was doing something to the sculpture, and she sat in here and watched the whole time while I was streaming live. And she didn't want to say anything. She was quiet. Oh, you can ask me questions just like these people do on here. And she's like, no, I don't want to talk. I'm like, okay. You know, to each his own. But yeah, she really loved it. She was like really blown away by the technology and everything. I remember she's 87 years old. She does know how to use a computer. She does that genealogy stuff. You know, where she it's kind of interesting. You know, to trace our history, our ancestors and stuff. She does all that all the time. She's really into that. She enjoys that. And, you know, I enjoy making masks. What do you guys like to do? What is your pastime thing to do? What do you guys really like to do that's creative, that gets it really takes your mind off of things? Believe it or not, I'm actually enjoying the fact that I'm doing this today instead of doing a big barbecue and all that stuff. I just don't have the patience for it anymore. I don't know the right word for it. I can't really eat a lot of those foods. I can't have like thick, like I do turkey burgers. I don't do red meat, and it's not because I don't want to. It's because I can't. I just can't do it anymore. My body doesn't want to digest the stuff. Really tough on the digestive system. Red meat does not get along with me anymore. Man, I could sit down to a Philly cheesesteak, like the best of them. Really wish holy God. This thing's not scrolling for me, so forgive me, guys. I'm not seeing Yeah, well, you're in. Oh man, I gotta get moving with that. In Puerto Rico, Crusher. So that I would think that that's well, it's tropical, so you're going to get a lot of rain. Very hot, humid. My guess is right. Getting that room cleaned up. Crusher, you did say you were a teenager still, right? You don't have to say your age, but you're a teenager still. I remember correctly. Um, oh yeah, it's coming along nicely. What do you guys think, huh? Get this out of the way. I got my water. I've been drinking my water. It's a gallon right there. Gallon of water. I'll blow through it real quick. Yeah, my brother. My brother's coming tonight, so he's going to be excited. I think when he sees this, he knows I did the molds. Been kind of quiet um, as far as communicating with my family with this, and it's only because I've been so busy. What is this junk in here? I haven't really stopped. You got to remember, I've been basically really honed in on just doing this, getting these masks done because this after this week, once I get the other mask haired and sent off to you guys, we'll talk about it, Crusher. We'll see what we can do. Um, I want to get back to sculpting. I want to turn this into the 2018 or the H40. You know, that's what I'm going to be doing, and I'll do that live too. Um, this is I'm not going to go live doing all the other masks on the herring job. No point to it. You can see what I'm doing, and yes, it takes time. Um, Good. I didn't put the bead on there. I always want to make sure I spread this out before I don't know what this is. Get that out of there. Some kind of glue or something on the kind of garbage. Get out of there. All right. I mean, that's all right. We're gonna fix that right now. I'm gonna see how that. Hopefully, this takes care of that whole area. So you can't barbecue. It's raining in Puerto Rico. Oh, you know what, Crusher? Do you mind if I actually tell people where you're at? Do you care? Sorry, I've been doing that. I'm in Jersey. I'm in Jersey. I'm a Jersey boy. Not something to be proud of. That TV show was horrible. The Jersey. What was it called? I forget what it was. Something Jersey. I know that. I never watched the show, never cared for it, and we're not like that. I like to think we are, but we're not. Although I keep being told I got an interesting um, oh yeah, this is gonna work perfect right in there. Love it when a plan comes together. Now I want to mash that in good. So I'm pushing it into the mask. I don't want air pockets or air bubbles in there. You gotta really make sure that's in there. Okay, other side. And you just keep going across, and as you're going up into this region, I like to, you'll see the change. I kind of like, see how it's doing this? And as you go to the front, because I want that hair to go this way on the part, because it's gonna go that way. It's gonna flow. So I'll put the hair on an angle, kind of. Just I follow the hairline. That's all. You follow the line, you can't lose. You'll be fine. Um, just watch how I do it, and if you don't have nothing better to do today, guys, which is kind of cool. I don't know. I don't want to touch this until my hands are completely clear of latex. I'll split this in half because it feels really thick. See, I always spread the hair first before I put it on there, and this way I know about how much bead I need to put on there. A lot of people put long patches on like that. I just don't like the not being able to control it. And the waist. You start putting big patches of hair on there, you're wasting a lot of material. And believe me, mohair is not cheap, so I don't waste things. I just do it away. I don't really pay attention to other people. I've done enough hairing now that I kind of know how to do it. And I know what works and what doesn't. What I'm doing is like the excess here, I'm just picking it back up on my finger and smashing it in there. And really making sure that latex is all through that. Okay, because I can one-handed do this. Clean off my finger. Alright, to get an idea of how far I'm going with that. I'm going to do it again. Right to there. Good enough. See, it's stuck to my finger. Break out the popsicle sticks. The other thing too is I like to actually make sure that this is clean. So if you got latex on your popsicle sticks, it'll want to stick to it. And you don't want that. You want to mash that in, pick up the excess, put it back on the mask, put it back on the hair. I'm pushing it out, and then pushing it back and putting it back on top of the hair. This way, when you're wearing the mask, or you're putting your hand across the mask, you don't feel lumps. You don't want a bunch of lumps on your head. Where because that's what it looks like. It gets lumpy. Now I won't be able to style this till tomorrow. Gotta let the mask really cure up so it's real stuck to the new latex is stuck to the old. It's going to be a wide piece because this is pretty thick. Shoot, he won't see the style. That's going to suck. He's going to see the hair on it. He's going to love the hair. I can tell you that right now. He's going to be like, oh my God. Because the color really, and you can't really see it on camera. The camera is not really doing it justice. Like I said, it's very blonde. His hair is very, very blonde. It's not Ben Tramer blonde, by no means, but it's the right color. It's the right color. It's got the right sheen to it. It's got some nice shine to it. You can see it when it's laying down here. Let me see if I can look at that. Yeah, you can see it. Hold on. Gotta scroll up because obviously this thing's not putting up. I don't know. Bagpipes. Okay. Crusher, keep practicing. Keep practicing. You know, I play keyboards. Kind of I want. I don't know. I just don't enjoy playing an instrument. I just DJ. I love listening to music. I became a disc jockey back in the summer of 1976. It just goes to show you how old I am. And it was all by accident. I mean, I went professional. I reached every level that you can possibly reach as a disc jockey for my time. I didn't do too old for the stuff today, that's for sure. That's why I do a lot of old school stuff. I do my own. I've had radio shows. And I'm not bragging. I'm not that kind of person. I don't really give it the limelight. I'm not a limelight guy. I never liked it. Never cared for it. I just love music, and I love making people dance and have a good time. That's all I ever cared to do. And it sounds crazy, but come on, man. Keep forgetting to clean my scissors off. And now don't touch the hair with latex on your hands. Sweet. Okay. Now that I got that bead there, I'm gonna know where I'm going with this. Don't want to go crazy with the beads. I was a little sloppy a little while ago, but I'm getting into my gist of it. You know. Okay. Get that off my hands. Been a while since I had to do a hair job. Keep reinventing the wheel here. I keep going back and doing my sculpture over and over and over again. And see, I'm going to push that down. Man, that's going to be nice, man. I can't wait. Oh, I can't wait. Little piece right there. That's all right. I got to cut into the next So I do is I like a finger or two fingers over my hand, about 6 fingers altogether. That's about how long you want it. And of course my blade's got hair all over it and latex. Now I got it in my mouth. Really? Highland pipes. Nice. You know, the one thing about it, I love the European accent. I really did. I always have and always did. Especially with women. Oh, and a beautiful woman with European accent. Oh my God. It don't get no better. And the funny thing is, my wife loves, British, um, Irish. She just likes that accent. She likes it. She really loves it. I think what was Pierce Brosnan? I think was he British? God forgive me if I'm wrong. I forget what other. Here I come from. Everything is, and I live in South Jersey. Everybody's planted here from Philadelphia, mostly South Philly, some Northeast, a lot of South Philly and South Jersey. That like moved here. So I think most of us very few that I know actually were born here in Cape May County. Oh boy, that's too much hair. So we'll put that into that mix. And we'll use this. Nice little bead of glue there, or glue. It's actually acting as glue. Irish. The Irish, yes, she likes the Irish too. We have a lot of Irish that come here. We have an Irish Fall Festival that's in North Wildwood, and it's roughly about 120,000 strong every year. 120,000, the Irish Fall Festival, and it happens the third week of September every year. Been there. We actually, I worked for the guy that started it. Really was responsible for starting that. My old boss Jimmy Kane, who passed, he's been gone now since 2008. But yeah, he was responsible for bringing that kind of thing to the Jersey Shore. Man, it was great too, man. It was really packed. Boy, you guys know how to drink. Okay, I'll give you that. Now, it's real Irish people that are coming from the Ireland. They come here a lot. A lot of real Irish are here. And you guys I'll give you that, man. You can drink most of us under the table, that's for sure. I heard, what was the joke I heard? It's pretty funny. Damn it. I can't remember it. It was so funny I can't remember. Give Ireland back to the Irish. Give Ireland back to the Irish. You'll know what I'm talking about, right? Stevie. Yes, I live in New Jersey. Yes, Pierce Brosnan. My wife had a crush on him back when he was a little younger looking. And my wife's roughly my age. She's 2 years younger than me. Actually, a year younger than me. A year and a couple months younger than me. She'll be turning 60 soon too. And women don't handle it as well as men, that's for sure, when we start hitting to those numbers. But, you know what? Better than being under the grass. Always better to be on the grass instead of under it. So. So cool you're from, Steve, you were from Ireland, right? Is that what you're saying? That we're at in Ireland? I need to blend these two back together. There we go. Now I'm happy. Now I'm happy. I'm taking my time with this. I'm in no rush. My brother's not going to get here until 10 o'clock tonight, and right now it is, darn, I can't see. Oh, you know what? All I got to do is shrink the page down just one little second here. It's 3:06 p.m. here in South Jersey. It's a little after 6 p.m., 3 p.m. And he won't get here till 10 o'clock tonight. Maybe if I'm lucky, this will be, because I'm not putting real thick beads of latex on this, so it might dry in time to be able to style it. And I only like to do one mask at a time. I don't like to start spreading myself out. Like if I have 4 or 5 masks sitting in front of me and I try to hair them all at once, you're not paying enough attention to detail when you're doing that. You're rushing, and you don't want to rush this, man. You don't want to rush this. Not a good idea. Now, as I get to where the pompadour has to be, I'm going to put narrow strips in here, like really tight, so it's really piled up on the top here. I want to stagger the center line now because I don't want the whole mask like right at the seam. I don't want that hair to be not covering that seam. I want that hair to cover the seam. So I got to find the seam, and then I see where these areas here are open. All right, you see those open areas. I'm going to center my first piece right over top of that opening. You know, that's how I stagger the all right, so we need a little bead right here and about that long. Popsicle stick time. Make sure it's a clean one. Clean it off. Make sure there's no rubber on it. Push it down. Mash it. Make sure all that latex comes seeping through all the fibers. Perfect. Oh yeah, baby, we're getting there. It's gonna take a little time. I'm gonna say at least 2 hours to get to the finish line. James Bond. 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 James Bond. I'm terrible with that accent. I don't know why. I just have a very hard time doing a European accent. British or Irish or like I'm good at mimicking it. So if I can hear it, over and over again, like a certain phrase or something, I can get it down. A lot of with Irish, there's a lot of R sounding in their everything that they have is R. There's a lot of R, meaning the letter R. Um, in the way their accent is. I'm going to say the way they speak, but I will say the accent. So, I have a very hard time doing that accent. Don't know why. No, I never was real good at doing foreign accents. People make a living doing that. Actors, they have to learn it. Not easy. At least it wasn't for me, anyway. Learning how to. Yeah, it's funny. Like here in the States, you come from the South. You have a very Southern. But I've been around that long enough to know. Hey y'all, how you doing? And that's not even that great. But I mean, not how you doing. That's a Philly sound. That's a Philly. Hey, how you doing? Hey, how you doing? New York, Hey, what's going on? How you doing? That's Philadelphia. What's going on? All you got to do is watch the movie Rocky, and there's your Philly accent to a T. A lot of fight in Philadelphia, I'll tell you that. But us Philadelphia Eagles fans, we finally got our Super Bowl. You guys an Eagles fan? Anybody out there Eagles fans that aren't Philadelphia Eagles? We football NFL team. I know you guys are big into soccer over there, and it's getting popular here in the States too. Soccer is, but it's not nearly as big as the NFL football. And I know they've been going over. The NFL has been going over there. All right, now I gotta. Mash it down. Mash it down. Mash it down. Get those air bubbles out. I want to see some leakage. There we go. We're getting there. See, that's a lot of hair. That's a lot of hair. It looks like a lot of hair to me. But it's not. It's also because this stuff is really thin. Do you find anything fascinating in what I'm saying, or am I just jabbering to make noise? Am I talking to make my head rumble? Am I just talking to make my head rumble? Can any one of you guys tell me what that's from? Boy, you talk just to hear your head rumble. Boy, you talk just to hear your head rumble. Man, the first time I heard that, I was crying, laughing my butt off. That was funny. That was funny stuff. Boy, you talk just to hear your head rumble. Anybody know who that is? Where that came from? That line? Going way back, probably for your time. Let's just say, are you into cartoons? I'll give you a hint. It's a cartoon. But who was it that said that line? Boy, you talk just to hear your head rumble. Funny stuff, man. Good stuff, funny stuff. We're sneaking up on it, guys. We're sneaking up on it. That wasn't a good bead. Getting a little better at this though with the bead, like making sure that I get the. It's weird. I haven't done it in a while, so it's almost like I'm trying to make sure that my glue lines aren't really, really, really long or thick. Old cartoon. Very old cartoon, I have to say that. That's let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Anybody else talking? Crusher's laughing. Crusher's getting a kick out of me talking. You ask me 10 minutes from now what I just said, I wouldn't have a clue. I need to put some. I didn't make enough hair underneath this. And the other thing too is I want to control where this is actually going in the direction. I need it to be a little bit more up and down. Okay. Now I bring that bead right into here. Actually, I want it to go. How do I want that to go? Oh, I know what the problem is. I'm not centered. I remember I staggered that. I'm gonna make a wider bead of hair. This is just my method. There's a couple people out there doing hair on YouTube, doing it differently, using tacky glue. Oh, let me tackle that little subject real quick. Tacky glue, made by Aleene's tacky glue, original. Good, strong, it'll work. But man, is it sticky, and I don't like using it. I will use it for the sideburns, where they tear up the glue. I'll put a little bit of that on there. But I won't use it for. I'm widening this. I'm making it pretty wide. Trying to get this. Now I want to kind of swoop this a little bit. No, maybe not. Let me look at this real quick. Okay. Trying to grow this channel ain't easy, I can tell you that. And I've been looking into people that have been doing it for a long time. And it took 3 to 4 years to get their channel to the point where, you know, you get monetized and start making money. It can take up to 3 to 4 years, sometimes 5. It also depends on how good your content is, and that's where I have to get better. I have to get better at making, I know I'm doing lives because they're easy, but I have to be able to edit my content, speed stuff, and this way I can talk over it. Come on. I can talk over the high speed and just tell you what I'm doing. While you're seeing it live, I'll leave it the way it is, and maybe I'll make... Now, you're fortunate to see it live, then that's when you're going to see it live. You're going to see it live then, and then eventually I'm just going to re-edit all the videos and put little tutorials over them. You know, I'll do little voiceovers on it. And add the high speed effect so you don't have to sit there. But I want it not to be too fast because you got to be able to see what he's doing. Some of the high speeds are way too quick, and you can't really see all the little things he's doing. So I want to make sure, like if this is a 3-hour video, I'd like to nail it down to like a 20-minute video on high speed. You know, this way you're seeing it in 20 minutes time at a high speed, like a 2 to 3 hour video, break it down and speed it up to about 20 minutes. Because that seems like it's the magic number for everybody's attention span, is about 20 minutes. Although live's a different thing. Live is different because you get to talk to me directly and you can ask me questions and you can anything. Adventurous Boy feels sticky. Might as well use sticky glue. What's going on here? Okay. Popsicle stick time. Make sure it's clean of all the latex. Yes, sir. Okay, that's looking like it should. And see, I got these little gaps in here. That's where the next layer starts, right in that area. You're staggering these lines of hair. And once I start getting into the hairline, like right here, it comes to a point, and then I start picking up from here, and I start rolling it in this. You know what? I don't have the camera. It starts coming into this point. The hairline comes in right about where this corner comes in, right here. So this line's gonna stop right here, just a little bit back before the hairline, because I need that hairline all has to be done this way. You'll see. Let me just show you. Let's just show you. That's just easier to do than sitting there trying to explain it. Because sometimes I can't explain what I do. I just do it. Oh yeah. Just do it. Let's just do it. A lot of this hair is going to come off once I brush it. And now I got my blending board, which, oh, by the way, let me see. What are you guys saying here? Yeah, I don't know if I agree with. You know what? I can't say that, Steve, because I've never done it. I've never done a hair punching. Now, do you do it on a hair? When you do the hair punching, do you do it also on a latex mask? Can you hair punch on a latex? I've never looked into that. That'd be fun to try. All right, so okay, I need this on an angle a little bit because I'm bringing this in now. This is, I can see where that hairline is. There we go. So what I do is I wipe away the stuff that I push out, and I pick it back up and I push it back into the hair like this, and just push it back in. And make sure that there's every hair follicle's really got the latex in it. So this way when you go to brush it off, you don't have a ton of hair coming off your mask. You don't want a lot of hair coming off. No, you don't. You don't want that. Okay, bubble stick time again, and sure enough, for some reason I keep picking up the ones with. Now, you can see where this is tapered up just a little bit higher than the other side. And see, all right, you can see this hairline right here, right? See that hairline? See where that comes in close? We don't want to go all the way to the hairline. We want to keep that line, keep that all the way back here as we're going up. This way, when I go to put the hair forward on the front, I go over top of this line just a little bit, and then I take that hair and I flip it back. And I make sure that the very front hair is very long. I want that hair to be at least down to the eyes. All that hair goes back. It's going to be very long. So, just so you know what I'm doing and how I'm doing it. All right. So, okay, let's clean this thing up. Gets messy, I can tell you that. But with your body heat hits that latex, man. It literally, look at that. It's like a rubber ball. It's like a rubber ball right in my hand now. It's not sticking to my hands anymore because it lost its sticking properties when I balled it up like that. Okay, so back to the center, and here's where I want to put that first piece right here because I'm shooting for all the little gaps. That's what I'm doing. Anytime I got a hair gap, that's where I'm going to overlay that first piece. So let's widen this sucker. I got to look at that. I got to go on here. Steve, are you on YouTube? Do you have a channel where you're sharing your art? I'm pretty sure you're on here. My problem is I don't have enough time right now. Lately, I'm just only because I'm trying to get this mask in production. I've really been pushing hard. Since I was really backed against the wall because what happened was I thought maybe we would be into some nice weather by April 1st, and I would have been way ahead of the curve if that was the truth. But we didn't even start breaking into nice weather till almost the end of May. And it was brutal. It's like, it's just been really cold. 50 degree temperatures, 40-degree temperatures, and you can't really work in latex with latex out in those kind of cold temps. Not a good idea. I was making molds, and I just wasn't going to start splashing around in water. I had COVID twice this year. I've had the vaccination, but that didn't seem like it did. It probably saved my life. Don't get me wrong, because with the heart condition and everything else that I have going on, it probably did save my life. But I still got COVID, and I got COVID twice. So, with that being said, are you guys able to see what I'm doing here with my finger? Mashing it in. Clean stick. Just type tall man into search, LMC. Click on name, LMC. Is that on YouTube? Steve? What is LMC? What am I not understanding here? Um, LMC. Works great on latex. Question. about the punching hair on latex. Um, on the inside of the are you punching it all the way through the mask, like through the head? Are you punching it all the way through? And then what do you do to the back side? Do you put a little latex over top of the punches so it doesn't come off? Um, let's see how you do that. Oh man, just trying to get comfy here, guys. Into the long stretch here, I guess. Oh wow, this is a bad spot. Really matted. Latex, okay. Latex Mass Central, Facebook, yes. I will definitely look into that. I've been on there. I have been on Mass Central before, no doubt. Let's look at this. Here we go with another short piece. Take care of that right now. Don't need that problem in my mask. Now I can stick into that pile because it's still long. Now let's spread the fibers. You know, I've been so busy trying to get this done that I really haven't had time to learn how to promote. I don't even know how to promote this. I'm not real good on the computer. So it's like, it's obvious. Look at my videos. I'm doing everything live. You know, I don't have anything really edited nicely or another learning process I have to learn how to do. And there's nothing I can do about it except for learn. But once I get this settled down a little bit where I don't have to push to get a mask out there, because I'm pushing now because this has been 2 years in the making. I wasn't happy with the first couple of masks that I produced, even last year's. Once I learned a few things about the mask, and I also studied a little bit about human anatomy on the face mainly. I realized there was mistakes made, and I'm a perfectionist. That's the curse that I do bear. That's what happens when you know, see people that are hold on, let me figure this out. Say, not smart. That's not the right way to say it. It's book smart. How's that? Book smart? Does that make sense? Not real book smart. Usually people that are not real book smart, they're very artistic. And they depend on their eyes and their ears a lot more than the average person does. You know, that's why we become musicians. And not saying that not everybody can't be book smart and a musician. That's not what I mean. And you're just real lucky if you're one of those people. But not me. I'm no brainiac. I don't try to be one. I just love my art. I'm no dummy by far. Life's lessons keeps that from happening. You do learn. I'm a quick study though. I gotta say that I am a quick study. But as long as it's something of interest, otherwise I lose interest like really quick. If I'm not interested, I usually don't waste my time learning it. Um, I'm frozen. Aerosoft Mania. Yeah, what the hell happened here? Why am I frozen? Let me fix it. Oh, I bet I know what happened. There we go, guys. My Stilt B Studios shirt showing. You can see a little bit of that now. Alan Hops. What happened was my battery thing popped up. Yeah, I'm down to 20%. I'm hoping I can finish this. Hurry up. I'm gonna rush because I'm gonna keep going, but I wanna really be quick about it because I don't want my battery to die in the middle of doing this. So we're gonna push fast here. We're gonna get going here. Yeah, let's get it done here. Let's get it done. Oh, I don't want that close. Hold on. Let me get my popsicle stick. That's what happens when you rush. See, once I do the hairline and fold it back, see, I'll do a bead of hair all the way around the front of that thing, and then fold it back on itself. Let's move it. Let's move it. Let's move it. Let's move it. We want to get this thing done so you can see how this is done. There's other videos out there showing how to do that front bead, but I want to complete my task here today. How long was it frozen, guys? Okay, sorry, I didn't look up to see that, just like I said, I'm trying to get moving here. Move it, move it, move it, as they say. I like to move it, move it. I like to move it, move it. I'm gonna move so fast and I'm not gonna worry about this bead. I'm just gonna keep going. Get it done. Get her done. Get her done. Stop lollygagging, as they say. I didn't hope I didn't lose everybody on here. Step. Yes. Can you stand the hair? Now this is a lot finer, this hair. I love taking my time though. I didn't like to be rushed, and now I gotta rush it. It's terrible. That down for a second because I got a bunch of gloppy, gooey in my hands. I clean that up. Let me flip this around. Save some time. Just keep that clear. Okay. That was a lot of latex. That's what happens when you're rushing. I just don't I don't want my phone to die, and then all of a sudden. Oh, sorry. Not much I can do about that. Don't wake Mama up. Don't wake your mommy up. Um, Gathering, you're a young guy. You're sleeping next to mom. You gotta be a youngster. So I gotta be careful what I say, guys. Be careful what I say. Well, you can't hear me, but I don't really like cursing anyway. We try not to curse. Just makes you sound stupid. Tell you the truth. Plenty other words to use in our vocabulary. All right, let me see. Pops up a stick that's clean. Got a trash can right next to me here, so. Blah, 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 blah. I don't care about my shirt. I just have to be able to work fast. That's the thing. Once I dry that up. Okay. No, it's too small a piece. I can add that later. But some of this stuff got felted. Um, on me when I was dyeing it. You just have to spread it. Definitely don't want to get into the other latex. Let's work our way back. This way we can use a whole strip. That's another thing. Clean your tip off. Airsoft mania. Curious. Well, you can't hear me, so you can't answer my question. I was going to say, Airsoft mania. How old are you? I guess you'll have to You'll have to watch the video later. Actually. latex. Get off my fingers. Okay, popsicle stick. Clean it. Get all them goobers off of there. Mash it. Mash it in there good. And smear it out. Okay. Now we're getting down to the fine wire here because I don't really need to put anything right here. I might put a little bit, which, see, this is why it's important to keep your little pieces together. Your little spare pieces left over. You want to keep them together. I want to put just a little bit right there. You know what? I don't even need that piece. Right there. I just don't want to get real close to that hairline. I don't want to get too close to it. Nice even small piece right there. And I might even overlap it just a little bit. That's okay. Okay. I don't want to touch that with my hair, not my hands, because I got latex on my hands, and if it grabs, I'm done. Okay, that's that side. It's as close as I want to go. I need a little bit of leeway to put that hair on. Okay, so we're going to bring this in right up here. We're going to put a bead in there. And we'll clean that one off while I'm going to need it. That's a lot of hair. We don't need that much hair. Come on, get off of me. It's a little felted, so what I do is I kind of just pull on that. I get that loose fiber off of there. And then I pull on it just a little bit. All right. are you serious? Ah. It is a messy job, but somebody's got to do it. It's a messy job, but somebody's got to do it. What do you think, guys? You think my brother's going to love this mask or what? I'm guessing he is pretty young. If he's with his mom, sitting next to his mom. I mean, I can't see somebody in his teenage years sleeping with their mom. Not, not judging. Don't let me say judging. Not judging. Uh, I'm enjoying today, man. I'm really into this. I'm gonna have a mask done in the next day and a half, and I'm gonna have those other ones done. I'm gonna keep working on the mask over the weekend. Every day's Monday for me, guys. So just so you know that. I don't say that enough, do I? Do I say that enough? Every day's Monday. What's a day off? What's a day off? I don't want a day off. I'm not working. This isn't work to me. This is fun. Fun. Fun, 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 fun. Okay, so we're going to go right here where this gap is. And we're going to go with a nice thick piece. I'll make sure that that's well covered. Come on, get off. I got a hair all over me. Latex, beads of latex. Spread it, baby. Spread that. Them fibers. Spread them fibers. Smack down. God, I hope my battery don't die. I gotta keep an eye on it because I gotta keep watching that screen in case that. Make it, make it. I forgot about the bead. Getting narrow now. It's gonna come together pretty quick soon. Okay, I'm gonna have to put a little more over here. But that's okay. I got my popsicle stick over here ready to go. Thought it was. Come on, get off of me. I want to work. I want to get done. Yeah, you're right, Steve. It is nice that the young kids are taking interest in something like this. I think a lot of people they watch YouTube more than regular TV anymore. I don't like watching TV. It's brainless, mindless stuff. You know what I mean? I'm not a real big fan of network television. I watch YouTube. I'm always trying to learn something. I'm always trying to experiment. New tricks. Yeah. There's a million people copying each other and everything, but here's what you do. Even though that you might be copying an idea, twist it, turn it, change it, make it your own. Uh, Take that idea and run with it and come up with something even cooler. Don't ever sit back and just accept whatever you're watching as. Usually, if you're watching something on, you're interested in it, and if you're interested in it, chances are somewhere down the line, you're going to try and do it yourself, which is fine, and that's why I'm teaching what I can teach as best I can, because, like I said, I'm no expert by far. I haven't really been doing this. I've been doing this for what, 2 years? 2.5 years? About 2.5 years. Man, this stuff's a mess. This must have been a bad spot. Right where this hair was all clumped out and stuff. Let me see. Let me cut it. I can separate it then. Big clump of it. I don't understand this. That's actually going to work great because I only need a little bit right here. That little piece that I grabbed. Nice. That's going to work. Put it right down there. Trying to get on that fat belly of mine. And I think the last couple of rows, once I get to this little bend in the, I'm going to put real tight rows right up in here. So it's creates a little bit of a pompadour. You want that pompadour, and if you don't put enough hair on there, you won't get a pompadour. Remember that. You won't get a pompadour if you don't put enough hair there. And I'm overlaying this a little bit, which is going to help with the pompadour. So it doesn't hurt that I overlaid the hair on top of the other hair, as long as I do it while it's wet. You don't want to do it when it's dry. You got to make sure that hair is not, that latex is not dry. See, it's still soaking wet. But you don't have a lot of time, so don't waste it. Don't waste that time. Get moving. See, I'd be a lot quicker at this if I wasn't talking as much. But I mean, this is what it's for. It's to teach people and talk to you guys. That's not gonna work. All right, so we're gonna take about that much. Well, really? Don't want to waste any of this stuff. Even with the felted stuff, you got to be careful to waste any. I did it again. Okay, hold on. The battery's getting low. You know what I'm going to do real quick? I can do this real quick. Yes, I can. I can plug this in. Don't mind me moving this thing around a little bit for a second. I'm going to plug my phone in so we don't lose power. I I don't want to rush. I don't want to rush this because, you know, I don't want to mess up the mask. Don't mind me. I got to move the phone just a little bit. I got to move the camera just a little. Shoot. How can I do this? Well, come on. Give me a second here. I'm going to plug in one of my extension cords. I got a small extension cord here I can use. Come on, what the hell did I do here? I usually have a quick release on these. Oh, there it is. There we go. I found it. Give me a second, guys. Plug this in, tie it around the base of my tie the thing around my stand. Whoops. Give me a sec. We'll plug the intelligent end in. And I'll move the camera back to where it belongs. Sorry, I'm banging the camera all over the heck. But we gotta have. And you're getting a shot of my butt. Not cool. No, I just knocked my. I can't see. There. Knock my hard drive over. Yeah, as I said, I've got some old clothes on. Okay, this is going to be plugged in now, so we shall not have any problems with my battery going dead on us. Make sure I have the right thing open. And I'll readjust the camera. Okay, let's put the camera back to where it was. All right. Where was it? That's the problem. Give me a sec, guys. Nah, that's about right. Got to plug them in, baby. Got to plug them in. An hour, it's 170 minutes so far. Whew. Okay. We got it plugged in now. Now I got to get back to work. I don't have to worry about the camera dying on me now. This is probably we're about a half hour to 45 minutes. Not even. I'm going to say half hour away. Finishing. Just trying to get these wires out of the way. Okay. Roll this chair up again. My big ass. It's on wheels. It's just that my back is so bad I can't be on a different type of chair or else I wouldn't be able to do this. This is a medical chair, believe it or not. My mother passed away last year and I got this medical chair and I'm like, I put wheels on it. I put wheels on the thing and it's a lift chair. It lifts you up if you want. I don't really use that. I'm not that helpless yet, but I'm not too many years away from needing this chair more than I need it now. Okay, Here we go again. Back to work. Not enough latex. I was going to have a big blob of. I need more latex right in here. Really push it in there too. Really push that latex in there. Get into all those fibers. You want that latex into all those fibers. Good enough there. Pull it away. Trim it. Put a little bead down. We're getting close. I don't have to worry about the battery dying now. That would have sucked. Okay. Whew. Now, from this point forward, it's all real tiny rows. I've got to make it, I got to put that pompadour on there, so it's the rows are going to get always start in the center now, so it don't matter. But we're not that far off from finishing here, guys. But I am going to wait till tomorrow to style it, because I want to do that on camera. So that'll be a part 2 to this hair job, is styling it. All right, so dummy. Forgot to put the latex on the hair. Need to do that. I just mash it right in. That's all I do, is I mash it right into the tip of the hair, pull it away. When you pull it away, you just pull it off the mat real carefully. I pulled it away, and I don't have my blade clean. I'm rushing. That's what the problem is. I'm used to rushing because of the battery life. But now I can slow my roll, but I know you guys are probably getting a little antsy to get off of here too. It's a long process, you know. It's like I said, when you hair a mask, you do it right. It's not one of these things where you can do it in a couple hours. Some people are better, don't get me wrong. But rush this, man. It's going to look rushed, especially in the end when you're styling it. You want that style to look good. And see, I inched it a little closer to the other hairline. While I'm at it, I'm going to clean this off here because it's starting to really gum up. I'm going to clean this whole pad off. Man, look at all that dried latex. Big old ball of latex. Now what I'll do is I'll take that ball and I'll rub it onto the wet stuff. And then I'll grab that too. Take it off the pad. You want that pad clean when you're working. You really do. Yes, you do. You want your pads clean. Ooh, whatever that was. Sure I don't feel anything on there. A little grabby, but nothing I care about. Okay, on to the next piece. Okay, where do I want to go from here? You know, because I'm already kind of close to that, we're just going to keep piling on the center here, a nice wide piece. Probably two more wide pieces, and we're done. And then we do the front hairline. Why? Look at this mess. Look at this. Look at the way this felted. Wow, what a mess. We don't want that length. I'm going to put that over here. Big clump that didn't want to straighten out. Hold on, let me try to get this straightened a little bit. What a mess. That felting sucks, man. When it really does that, you know, when you're dyeing your hair, because you can't control it. I take it out. If I can't straighten out hair, you don't want it on your mask. Look at it. See, all right, see what happens here? See this little curve in here? You don't want that. Take it out. It's tangled up inside of that. It's like a little bird's nest. All right, so we got an issue here because one's shorter than the other. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull this right off right here. Boom. I don't care. It's a little bit of waste. A little better. And we're cutting it off right about here anyway. Now I got a piece that I can work with. See? See? That's a little long. That works. I don't like the thickness of that though. Because I want it to be, I want that area really. See, here's the hairline right there. And I want to put some strips in here, just right all the way up. I want to make sure I keep away from that hairline a little bit. I'm going to probably stop right here, but I want to put some pretty thick strips in here. Maybe 3 rows. All right, let's do this again. use that next. Maybe, if I can get enough. I want it thick. This is where you want your hair a little thicker up here. Because is that thinner? What is it thinner? Crusher, is that thinner? What are you talking about? No, I don't have any thinner. I'm not using any thinner on this. I used a thinner before I used a lacquer thinner is what I used. Um, to I usually use naphtha, but I'm a little low on naphtha, and I need the naphtha for the sculpture. So what I'm doing is I'm literally beating this right in the center. Just above the other one. What the hell is that? That was a mess. Okay, popsicle stick. Give me one that works. Clean it off. I got a bunch of latex on my hand too. That's no good. Am I in frame? Smash it. See, I'm popping that latex right back onto, like the stuff that's squeezing out. Scrape it off and put it right back onto the hair. I'm trying to keep it kind of neat. I don't want any of this latex getting on the face. I don't want to be real messy with this. What is this? Let's see, that's already, damn, that's pretty cured. That's curing up pretty quick. It doesn't take long for it to dry, but you know what? It's not cured, and it takes a good day for it to cure. You want that color to be not white. You want that color to be yellow. The latex, when it's dry, it'll be yellow, and that's cured. And I won't pull on this mask or any of that. I will not try to comb this hair out until it is absolutely cured. You cannot do that because you'll wreck your hair job. You will wreck your hair job. All right, over here, I'm going to put just a little bit like facing this way now. This is what I was talking about. You see how the beads are going this way and then this one's going over top? Well, right in here, I want this hair to go, because on the Michael Myers mask, this is the left side of the face. The hair gets kind of like brushed over this way. All right, so you need a little bit of something to help you along with that. And what I want to do there is, do I want that thick? It doesn't have to be thick. What were you saying, Crusher? Thinner? Is that thinner? I don't know. I don't know. Did you change devices yet? Hopefully you did. I'm still trying to figure out what you meant by thinner. Is that paint thinner, or is it, what are you talking about? Is the mask thinner? No, this is a very thick mask, this mask. Very thick mask. I don't know what else. Am I thinner? No, it's not yet. I'm trying, um, but no. Now I'm about 22 pounds lighter than what I was, but on me, that 22 pounds is nothing. 22 pounds is water weight. So keep that in mind. I got a hair on my face. That ain't fun. Now I don't want to like fill that in with all kinds of. See what I did here? And now it's sticking to my hands. Okay. Get that off of there because I don't want that all over my shirt. That'll end up clinging to something. All right. Time for a popsicle stick. Let me turn this thing so you can see what I did. All right. So I put this batch of hair right there. It's a thin batch of hair, but it's going to do the job. And I can put another batch of hair here. Don't throw it up there, throw it in the trash. Throw that in the trash. Really? Nah, I'm not digging that. Let me try and pull off another. This is where that stuff is driving me crazy. And of course, didn't clean my blade. I mean, the latex comes right off. Now, glue, man, you'd have a mess on your hands. And we don't want messes. Trying to avoid it. All right, so I'm going to split this in half. Because we're only putting a little bit of hair right in here. Right there. See this little bald spot right here? See the hairline falls right there. The hairline's right here. So we don't want this much of a cavity of no hair. Now the front hairline gets very thick amount of hair. On the, like if it's filled during at the ends of this thing, it's not going to matter too much because you're going to be able to brush that in. Yeah, a little more. Spread it a little more, Johnny boy. There you go. But I need it to be back off of that hairline because remember, I got to put that. Let's turn my pad a little bit. turn my pad. Yes, I'm a little more meticulous than a lot of mask makers. I want the hairstyle to be easy to do. So I take my time in putting the hair in the right position. When I do style it, it'll be easier to comb in and put in place. Just think of your hair when you style your hair, and you let's say you've been wearing your hair a certain way your whole life, and all of a sudden you try to change directions. Well, it don't want to go there, does it? It don't want to. It fights you. You know, it's the way you got to think of this when you're putting your hair on. You want to put the hair on in such a way where it feels like it's in its natural position for it to comb in the direction you want it to go. You don't want it to fight you. All right, so with that being said, let's tilt this up a little bit. So we don't want the You've been shaving your hair for over 20 years? Well, I can't knock you because my hair is real short right now. I keep my hair short too. I don't like long hair. It drives me nuts. I don't like long hair. I grew up in the 70s where our hair was down to our shoulders as a kid and thought it was the coolest thing. And boy, was it against it. My parents were, they were teenagers in the 50s. And man, they didn't like long hair. They called you hippies if you had long hair. You were called a hippie in the 70s. Wow, my shirt's stuck together. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I got some extra ripples in my belly. All right, let's push this down. Go to work, baby. Go to work. Now, because of the angle, I got to do this left-handed, and I don't like doing things left-handed. I'm just taking the excess off. I don't want it to hit that like it did here. Let's see what we got on this side, guys. Yeah, we got a little bit of a vacant area here that I have to do. Actually, this whole thing right here. Just make a line, and the hair goes back that way. Actually, no, because I'm combing it this way. We're just gonna fill those little voids in. We're not gonna make it comb back this way. That's not what we're trying to do here, because this is going to come back this way. We're just going to keep putting this. Not a lot of hair I'm putting here, but just enough to fill the void. And also, like I said, I got to leave myself a little bit of room for the hair that's going to be dropping down towards the front of the face. And you'll see how that all works. Okay, so now let's mash it in. It just felt a little loose on there. Okay. Back to the center of the head. Back to the center. Another bead right here. I'm going to try and go a real wide piece if I can get a good, you know what, I'm going to cut this out of here. But I want at least 2 pieces lengthwise. I'm cutting this thing out of here because it's driving me crazy. I can't. It's like a big bold area where a big filtered area on this. Come on, man, get off. I'm just gonna cut this filtered area out of here. This is driving me crazy. See, it's all filtered right there. It's driving me nuts. I'm gonna use the blending board to fix this. I'll be able to fix that with no problem with the blending board. Oh, thank God, no more filtered areas. A little bit, but not a lot. Don't put it over there, throw it away. All right, so I'm gonna use this whole piece because I need it to be really thick, pompadourish. Pompadourish. That makes sense? And I'm off camera when I'm doing this. Pompadourish. What is curly up that way? So let's do it. Let's flip it over. See, it's curling up this way. So that's the one thing about mohair. It's got that. As soon as you dye it, when it's sent to you, it's nice and straight, nice and real straight. And then as soon as you dye it, you put it in the water, the natural curls come back into it. And I like the natural curl look because honestly, it looks like the Michael Myers, you know, from the original Mask. But that's why I've seen. I almost know instantly when it's mohair when I see it on other masks now, because now I know that, you know, what happens to mohair. What is this stuff on here? Get off, go away. Come again another day. So now I know, I can tell you what, you know, that
Hey.
you, we're live, Hair and Keith's Mask. He'll be here tonight.
Hair and masks, eh?
Yep.
Hello, everybody of YouTube.
YouTube land. There's a lot of people on too.
You boob. Hello.
Yeah, I'm doing the pompadour effect now. Thank you, Alan Hops, for the shirt, or should I say rag, that I'm using it for.
Hey, it says exactly what you're supposed to be doing. Go make
That's right.
stuff.
It says on the back. It says go make stuff. Well, I'm making stuff. You can't get if you're not getting dirty, you ain't doing nothing.
A loaded question?
Yeah, it is. If you ain't getting dirty, you ain't doing nothing. Now, Pompadourus. We got to do the Pompadourus.
Make sure you guys are hitting the thumbs up button.
Yeah, really. Hit me the likes and all that stuff, man. We got to have lots of that. We got to have lots of that. Now, because I'm, like I said, I'm trying to, ooh, man, that's a little too wide for my liking. That's okay, I can straighten it out and just crimp it. Crimp it in. I'll crimp it in. I need to turn the mask around so I can see what I'm doing here from the front though. How are we doing today? How is Michael doing today? Grim as always. Oh, whoa, whoa. Hold your horses there, Johnny boy. Damn it, get off there. Crazy.
Bring it a little closer. Can't see what you're doing. Can't see what you're doing.
Usually my hands are in the way too. That don't help.
There you are. Now we're in focus.
All right, so that's the last of the Mohicans. No, that's the last row I'm going to put there. And now we're going to do the front, but I want to check this side. Yeah, we got a little bit of a bald spot here. That ain't nothing. And I'll check the other side. I'll bring that into play. Make sure you're about 5 inches long. And she said, I don't want to look like that. I got kids on here too, so I got to be careful what we're saying. So we'll keep that joke to ourselves, guys. All right. Let me see how wide do I want to make that? About that wide. Is that on camera? Were you able to see it? Yeah. Yeah. Cool. I got a camera guy now. Which reminds me, I want you to help me with.
I'm gonna go this way. There you go. Now you got what you're doing and the forehead, right there.
What's it say? Random.
Random thoughts of violence?
No,
I can't see.
random videos. Okay, it's random videos. I was trying to figure out what your name was. You're in the middle of repairing a mask. I have a repair video that I did. I don't know if that'll help you on how to repair like lips. What I did was I used Lycra, not Lycra. What's it called?
Mesh?
Yeah, the mesh. The what's it? Dance skin. The dance skin stuff.
Lycra.
Well, it's Lycra. That's the real name for it, but they call it something else. You ask somebody that's in dancing, they'll tell you exactly what it's called.
Spandex?
Spandex. That's it. It's actually called Lycra, but you want a 4-way stretch. It has to stretch in all 4 directions. All right. And what I did is I turned the mask inside out because we had the lid cut open on the mask and the guy wanted it closed. Well, nobody wanted it closed. It was one of my spare masks. But somebody had asked me that or something about how to fix that. 2 things happened. When I turned it inside out, the lip naturally closed. When it was the other way out, there was a big gap in between the lips. So when I turned the mask inside out, I put a layer of latex right over the slit where the mask was cut. All right. Then I put the Lycra spandex into the mouth, like right up against the mouth, and I buttered a bunch of latex over top of it, and it closed it up. And I mean, you cannot get that thing apart. We tried, didn't we? Pull on that for like a week, just to see how well it, adhered. Well, and I'm not doing, and I gotta get doing. Anyway, that's how I repaired that, and it's a real simple video. It's not real hard. to do. I've seen paper towels being used, as far as like blue towel. It's blue shop towel. Alan Hops uses that to prepare his masks. I, I'm almost like I took a page out of what they use for silicone is spandex. And I kind of like that idea. I like using the spandex better than the paper towel. Paper towel will work, but it really doesn't give you the bond. It doesn't give you that strength. It only gives you, my guess is it's only going to give you the latex itself. All you're doing is giving the latex something to grab to. A combination of grabbing the mask, the towel, and whatever it is you're trying to glue together the surface. And because I'm concentrating, I'm not paying attention to what I'm saying. All right, so that side's done. This side could use a little piece right in here. Ooh, as a matter of fact, wait a minute. No, that gets done. That gets done in the very end. You'll see. Okay. I am going to put a little piece in there since I have a little piece right here. Spread it, baby. Okay. Let's get this out of the way. Let's get this out of the way. I'm using
A silicone mat?
silicone mat because the latex hates silicone. Doesn't like to stick to it. It's not its friend, that's for sure. Which I never understood why people hear the mat, including Alan Epps. I'm going to have to get him to explain that to me. He uses silicone to use as the glue to hair a mask. And I'll give it this. The one thing I do like about doing that method is it sticks the hair pretty good. But it doesn't stick it to the point where you can't peel it off. So if you want to rehair something or fix it, you can with a lot more ease by using silicone. But if you're really happy with that mask and the way the hair looks, and you never plan on rehairing that mask down the future, I wouldn't recommend using silicone because the latex is really permanent. Tacky glue is permanent. Very hard to get off. You would have a nightmare of a time getting the tacky glue off. And sometimes I talk just to hear my head rumble. And if anyone can tell me which cartoon character, don't say it. He's tempted, I know it. Which cartoon character from back in the day actually said that? Boy, I think you talk just to hear your head rumble. That's the biggest hint I'm going to give you. Boy, I think you just talk to hear your head rumble.
Is it the big white guy with the beak?
Oh, thanks. That just gave it away, dope.
They don't know who it is.
Oh,
I think it's who it is.
yes, it is.
I don't remember his name though.
Some of these guys are old enough. All right, what do we got here?
What's somebody said?
Hold on, let me see. Close out these notifications. I'm currently in the process of repairing a Tata mask I I got on eBay for 18 bucks plus $13 shipping. It needs front hairline as well. Needs the front hairline. Oh, okay, so you're going to rip off the old hair. So the front hairline needs to be repaired. So I guess, tell me if I'm wrong here. I'm going to call you, I'm just going to call you Random. That just makes it easier for me. Random. If, why? Why isn't that covered there? Oh. My guess is somebody attempted to take the hair off on the front hairline and messed it up somehow, some way, or didn't feel confident enough to do the job on their own, or the hell with it on this and passed it on and just put it to you at a cheap price. And if that's the only thing you have to do, that's actually cool. If you only have to repair the hairline. All right, so what I'm going to do here now, it's not on camera, so you can't see what I'm doing, is I'm going to pull this down. I'm going to use, now there's a little bit of latex on here, which will make it stick a little bit better. I'm pulling that down. Yeah, see, it's a little too sticky. See, that's why you don't use, that's why I always peel the latex off of it. I thought maybe it would help me, it made it worse. Peel that used latex off of that.
Vaseline. Vaseline will help.
Nah, no, because the latex comes right off anyway. So it's like it's clean. It just, you don't want Vaseline getting on the mask or in the hair. It's too messy. I would never use Vaseline. The only time I use Vaseline is for my molds. And no, don't go there, guys. We got kids watching.
Random video says, I want to repaint it, but I need to. I didn't read the. I didn't get to catch the rest of it.
All right, hold on. Random. I want to repaint it, but I need to know how to get the correct flesh tone. Okay. Give you a flesh tone mix, and it's little variables here and there, and you might have to play with it. You want to use black, a little black, not as much black. Most of it is red. You take a lot of red, and you add a little bit of black and a little bit of brown. All right? And that's your flesh tone. But you got to figure out your ratio, because I don't know exactly how much you're making. It depends on how much you're making. And if you're using if you're using it for a mask, make sure you're using a mask latex, or are you using it as a wash? If it's your base coat, it has to be mask latex. And this is what this is. This is mask latex that's in this bottle. All right. You don't want to get the stuff at Spirit of Halloween or anything, because it's too watery.
Got too
You
much.
need real mask latex.
Too much ammonia. You know, stuff at.
Yeah, it's
Halloween
broken
store.
down way too much.
Yeah.
Now, what you want to do is how I make my latex paint. It's 3 parts, equal parts, a little less water depending on how thick your latex is. All right, so you have 1 part liquid latex and 1 part any household paint that you can buy. Well, it's not any house. It's indoor flat latex at Home Depot. You can buy a gallon of it at the right color, whatever you use, and you can go on the shelf and you can pick out a decent flesh tone color. All right. and it's like a creamy color, So you can take that 1 part mask latex, 1 part um, house indoor house latex paint, and 1 part distilled, not distilled water. Is it distilled water? Yes, distilled water. It's distilled water. So it's 3 parts: liquid mask latex, house paint, and distilled water. Equal parts, maybe a little less water, maybe a little more water. If you're using it for an air, I wouldn't use an airbrush with that mix. If you're going to do airbrush, get the kind that's the bottom feeder, so it just kind of, it's not in the can, it's not inside the gun, because it's clean. Don't do as I do as I say, because I've already done that and messed up my air gun. Okay, so there you go. Now we're going to do the line. We're going to do the hairline. Are we ready? And I think we're going to start right in the center. Right in the center.
Yep. The other cool thing too would be, I didn't think about, you could probably try, is Pax paint.
Pax paint.
If you want to use an airbrush.
Now you're talking about expenses. Now a lot of people are looking for
a
cheap way to do things, because
there's the right way and the cheap way.
Yeah, there's the right way. There's the right way, but that's also if you're making a lot of money doing it. If you're making a lot of money doing your overhauls, then I would say, yeah, okay. But if you're just doing it for yourself, well, for yourself is a good reason to do it with good shit too. Good stuff. All right, so I need a piece that's just literally as wide as that. Okay, this is where it gets interesting, guys. A little better with the light?
Yeah. A lot better. Yep. Way better.
Oh, okay, yeah, look at that, wow.
As long as nobody's standing over there, you're good.
Okay. That's pretty thick. But that's okay, because this is the hairline. You'll want this, you got to have this fairly thick. All right, so I'm going to put that down there. Push this a little bit closer, because this has got to fit in that area. Oh yeah, man, I'm lit up like a light bulb now. I'm a Christmas tree today. I'm a Christmas tree today. Really match that in, because this is important. This is your hairline. All right. Now, because you see the line here, that doesn't mean that's where I'm going to have that hairline exactly be. I'll show you what I mean. I don't want to see the line on the mask. That's got to be under the hair. All right, so yeah, I got to look at this thing straight forward, or it'll be a mess for me. Got extra ripples in my belly. My shirt's sticking together. It's like pretty interesting. Cool look. Okay, here's where it gets cool, guys.
This is where the stickiness happens. Stickiness, rather. Get that light.
Right on that hairline, I'm putting a little bit of latex, so it kind of buries that hairline. All right. Then
what's that old saying? This is where the rubber meets the road.
Something like that.
This is where the hairline meets the hair.
All right,
Oh,
now
wow,
this is
look
where
at that.
I mesh this right in here right now.
Unicorn Michael.
Who?
Unicorn Michael.
I'm pushing that in.
Now, as you push that in there, you're using the line as like a
As
not
a
a
guide.
but
It is a guide.
something to like push the latex into.
No, it's just for, you know, and the reason why I put the latex into it is just so when it folds, now tomorrow, I fold this back,
Right.
all right, and that'll be the hairline for the mask wherever that's dry, and then I start brushing it and styling it and all that fun stuff, and I think I want to come down a little. No, it's about the right length. All right, so we're right there, the right length. Now this side, because it has a little bit of a what do you call it there? So we don't want all that hair. We want it thick, but we don't want it to be yeah, I made it long enough. I thought I didn't make it long enough. I'm like, no, I don't need this aggravation. Okay. This out of the way. Start back here. I'll read your comments in 1 second, guys. I'm just really making sure that I don't mess up at this point. This is where the rubber meets the road. All right, so before I pull that up, let's put a bead carefully on this. Just enough. Popsicle stick. Okay. All right, now, because it's downward, I want it to hang downward overnight. This will get blended. There'll be a little bit more of a spot there. That's right where the corner is, where it goes around the bend. See, that's going to look good there. It's going to look good there. Yep, we're good. Okay. And I got to put this in here. couple hours, I can flip that back. I'm just not going to take a chance. Let me read your comments real quick, guys. Hammer, please. Hammer time. Okay, I can't read the comments without my glasses on. Yeah, that's true. Everything's a budget project. Everything's a budget project. Um, I don't want to comment on political things on here, and I don't. I just don't want to get demonetized. Every time you do something like that, you get demonetized. So I'm not doing that. But yeah, you have to be careful about how you're spending your money right now. Things are ridiculous. You know, I'm a little worried that I'm not going to be able to sell too many masks because people are hurting, man. They're really hurting. I think, you know, collectors, if you're working and you're still got a good job and everything, these masks aren't going to be cheap. These masks are expensive. They're not cheap. It took me 12 months to sculpt this thing. It's going to take me at least, if depends on how much they sell for. You know, I'm going to eBay it to test market and probably do several of those masks on eBay for a while until I know where the price will land. eBay is a good way to judge your product. You know, how much are the heavy hitters willing to spend for your mask? You know, people that are really hardcore collectors. There's a lot of people out there that will not buy a store-bought mask. Collectors, they will only buy an artist-made mask. You know, so you know, I think the best mask being produced out there. Come on. You know, and I'm being honest. I'm not going to sugarcoat anything. I love Nick Malpigano's. Come on. I like his masks. They're awesome. But I think as a 78 mask, what's the name of that guy? What's the name of the company? Come on, man. I can't think of it right now. Another senior moment. Don't get old, guys. Well, the alternative sucks too, so maybe you do want to. Maybe you do want to get old, you know. All right, we're going to tilt this up on its edge a little bit. Too far. Oh, no. He's really good. I love Nick. My favorite mask is the Ken Hertland mask. No doubt. Hands, no doubt. It's one of my favorite. You know what? I got to do something here. Just wasn't enough hair on this side. All right. Okay. Quickly. Oh, this is definitely wilted. No wonder that wasn't going to work. You know what? Just to be a little on the safe side, I'm going to put a little bead on the underneath part. A little bead up top. And a little bead right there, just to cover. There, that's perfect. Cut this edge off. Come on, for Christ's sake. I want this edge a little bit cleaner, a little bit less. Oops. Gotta get that edge cleaned up real quick, real quick. Okay. All right. All right. Popsicle stick. Now I have a little bit in this corner right here, in this ear. You see that I turn that thing so you can see what I'm doing? You don't need that much hair there. And this goes forward. See this little piece now, I gotta watch it. I don't want this latex getting into the hair. Make sure there's nothing in my hands. Just stay on there for a second so I can popsicle stick you on. clean off that popsicle stick. Now the reason why you want to have a line coming down this way is because when you fold that back, it's going to give you a natural looking hairline. It's not going to, you're not going to see a glue strip. You won't see the glue strip. You'll just see a natural looking hairline on there. We're almost done here. I just have to, right here, I got to put a piece hanging down, and then from there, piece hanging down this way. And then it's just, got to wait several hours before I flip this back, you know, and that's a perfect piece for right here. Perfect piece. Now there's a little spot right here where I actually put it right in the mask. It's a little mark right there. It comes in at the top of the glue line. See how the glue line disappears right here? All right, so that means right from the top of that over and then up, there's a check part, and I have to make sure that I put a piece of hair in there. But that's after I get this main, no, I have to do that first. Yeah, got to reverse here. Reverse, back it up, back up. All right, so we need to put right there. When this all comes together, you'll be going, oh, wow, you know, it's going to look good. You know, the one thing I don't think I'll struggle with on this mask because of the fact that the hair is so fine. It's getting at that matted look. Some people, they'll take a hat, hair, mat it up. You get it nice and tangly, but you still want that style. You still got to have that hairstyle right for the H2 look. You know, you still got to style it, but at the same time, to get it to matte down, so it's real matte down, all you do is you put a hat on it. You put a hat on it, and what was I going to say? You put a hat on it, and then, oh yeah, you use your, well, you got to be careful. I would use a hair dryer. If you're not used to a heat gun, I don't recommend anybody that doesn't really use heat guns or hasn't really used a heat gun on the hair. But I use a heat gun, but I know to stay away for about like literally a foot and a half away when I'm using the heat gun. And between the hat being, you want the hat to be a little moist too. Not much, just very damp. And then you heat gun that, and that'll mat that hair down really nice. And get that look you're after. Okay, here we go. Let the fun begin. All right, now we just go right in here. This gets combed in this direction, so that's why my hair has been put on in such a way to make sure that it looks right when it's combed and styled. What a mess. What a mess. Can't wait to get these clothes off. They're rags in the first place. I got enough hair to probably do one more mask out of this patch, but that was because a lot of this got felted. I think it would have went a further way if I had unfelted hair clumps. I'm not trying to thin this out too much because I want that bulk at the top of the head, which I have it. I know I already have enough up there for that. Especially with the H2, it's a little bit more matted looking. It's not exactly Sing with Nick. Pretty talented, I know he is. He's really good. Sing along with Nick. Look him up on Facebook, guys, if you've never seen him. He's got a mask that's killer. If you like the poster art of Halloween 4 and 5, the poster art, mind you, it's got to be the poster art is what I'm talking about, not the mask that was actually used in the movie. That mask, I'm just not a fan of it. But the replication of the poster art mask, and it's funny, he reached out to me when he saw my mask, when I was making my mask. He saw that I was looking to go in that same direction, which I was. And but I kind of wasn't. I'll be honest, I wasn't looking to replicate that poster art mask. It just started to look like that. That's what it did. It started to look like that. And I changed directions because Nick was kind enough to send me pictures before it was available. You know, he made me swear, don't show these pictures to anybody. I said, okay, no problem. Never didn't release it. And he sent me the pictures of his 13 mask. And man, he had a home run with that mask. The 13 mask. That's a really nice mask. And I'm at that point. Okay, you know what? So I'm going to go from the bottom because I got to get to this check part, and I got to put that in there before I all right. We need to tilt this upward. Okay, optical stick. Come on, stay up there. I'm really mashing that down. Okay, now here's the check mark right here. We're going to do, how do I do this? Well, I'm going to take a little piece. And bring it into where the check mark stop. Very little piece. And that's going to be right there. Any more comments, guys? I know this is a long video, but this is what, now you see exactly how long this stuff takes. It's not on high speed where you can't tell. You know, it takes a long time to do these masks. You know, and that's why they're spending $300, $400, $500, $600,000, depending on how much you're willing to spend. Put it on eBay and see what the collectors really go for. So that's when I'm going to test market my mask. I got the Halloween one. This is the Halloween 2. Make sure that's right. I gotta have my glasses on. Let's mash that down. Actually, that works out better because this was a little too thin. So now, oh, what am I doing? I know how to do this. You just got to put glue and fill that whole area in. Where that's going to be. And we will use this piece. Do I really want to use that piece? Yeah. To make sure this gets a really good bond, I'm probably going to flip this over. Now, I'll take the popsicle stick, make sure it's clean, and I'm going to push right into that area where that little check mark was. So the mask latex wraps to that hair. I don't want to touch the inside. Just feels a little clumpy there. I just want to let that dry. Let that go for a couple of hours. And then we flip the hair back. Put that way. This hair has to stay up. This hair stays hanging. And we should have a really cool mask. That's it. That's hairing a Michael Myers mask. The next part is styling it. I'll style it, and then I'll, put all the little devil's horns, you want to call them that? The horns, the infamous horns. We'll see how that turns out. But we're going to let this dry up good, several hours, and then from there, Crusher, you guys still on with me? Anybody still on? Let me see. Let me check out. Oh yeah, no, that doesn't look like there's anything latest. Oh God, I don't know how many rows of hair that is. I'm sorry, London. I didn't see your text up there. Whew. Had to scroll down a little bit. It's probably a good. I don't know how many rows. I do it by eye. I don't even write I don't even put the lines on the mask. I don't need to. I don't feel like I need to anyway. So we'll see how. My guess is. Let me see. Probably 5, 6 rows. London, if you're still on. All right. I don't know if anybody's still on. I can't tell because it doesn't actually show how many people are on. So, okay, 2 people are on. We have 6 likes. And this is my brother's Night Creeper 81. It's actually the 78 mask, but it's just painted to look like the 81. See? All right, Crusher, you're still all right. Okay, guys, this is the tutorial on how to hair a mask. You hair the mask the same way no matter what, whether it's a 78 or it's an 81, it's still the same hairstyle. And I would go as far as using the same technique on even the newer Myers masks. I would use the same technique. I wouldn't change a thing. And it'll all come together for you once you see, once I style it. It looks like hell now. It looks like there's way too much hair on there. And there probably is, but then again, I was pretty careful on how much, because this stuff's real thin. Stuff's real thin. It's very soft. This is young mohair. The fibers are thin. But it has a nice shine to it. I love the shine. But this is it. This is the, see how it's filtered here. See all this? I'm going to comb all that out. That won't be there. It'll look nice when I'm done. It should turn out really nice. And then we'll make it matty looking. Rat it up a little bit. Make it. Probably put the hair method where I put the hat on it after I get it styled. Put the hat on it and the hair dryer on it. I use a heat gun, but then I know how to use a heat gun, so I just got to be careful with it. That's all. Not too hot, not too. You put it on the low heat, and make sure about 1.5 feet away from your hair, maybe even further. My rule of thumb is if I can put my hand there and keep it there, that's a good heat. If your hand's there and you got to move your hand because it's too hot, it's too hot for the mask. So keep backing off with your hair gun like that, you know, until it's at a good heat, you know, where you can hold your hand there. You're only trying to mat the hair. You're not trying to style the hair with a hat. I'm tired, guys. I've been at it. I've been talking for a long time now. It's 258 minutes of talking, hairing this mask. But done a lot of talking all day today doing this, so I'm just getting really tired. And we are done as far as the skull, as far as hairing a Custom Corpses Night Creeper 7881. It's the same mask, and it's done the same way. You know, it's just, you know, I could flip that back now. Yeah, I can. Just gotta watch I don't pull too hard. Okay, the only way I'm going to do that is if I tilt it upright. Now this side I'm going to leave a little, this side I'll leave go a little bit longer because it's still wet. I don't want that falling off the face. No, thank you. But that's the hair job of the 78. And you see how these fibers now, you can't see a hairline. You don't see the glue line, which is good. That's what you want. You don't want to see a glue line. You know. Anyway, that's how you do it. Now this is going to dry for at least, I'm going to say, a good hour before I go messing, pushing that up there. Now what you can do is I can actually run a fresh bead before I push that down. And once I know that this is dry here, once I know that this initial coat is dry, I could put a fresh bead down and then push this hair back. But I don't really like doing it because when I go to style it, if the glue is tacked down here, this is going to fight me when I'm styling it. So this isn't really touching this glue underneath it here. I just folded it back. So this side's important because this side gets combed over in this direction. All right. This side here just kind of goes straight back and over. Everything kind of goes in this direction on the sides, but this part of the hair kind of goes over. And that's how you get your pompadour and it'll look good. It's going to be matted anyway, so it's not like it's going to be a good it's going to be a great mask when it's all said and done. Now this is a large mask. This is really big. This is 27 inches. That's my brother's mask. He's a giant. My brother's 6'6", so he's a big boy, and he's not a fat guy. He's not like me. He's pretty thin, but he plays a great Michael Myers, and he loves Michael Myers Part 2. He likes the 1981 original Halloween 2 mask more than he likes the 78. So I made him a paint scheme that looks like the Halloween 2. Aged, dirtied, grungy, but yet still got that white coming through, a little bit of yellowing. You know, you can see it. But anyway, guys, I'm talking too much. I'm rambling. I'm getting very tired. I can't even talk right. We're talking 263 minutes and 10 seconds so far. Long video. So thank you guys for watching and staying with me the whole time. And all the likes, I love the thumbs up. Thank you so much. Click them again if you can. Spread the news. Let people know what I'm doing here and showing off, you know, how-to videos. There you go. There's a hair job. There is a complete hair job. Hope you guys enjoyed your afternoon with me at the 4th of July weekend. The weather's too great out there. I haven't been outside. I haven't looked. I haven't been in here for 263 minutes, so it's hard to tell what's going on outside. I will check it. I don't hear any rain. I haven't heard any rain come down. I know it was threatening. But enjoy the rest of your weekend. Tomorrow, I'll probably be back on to style this thing. We're going to style it tomorrow. So if it's nice weather, catch the video when I upload it, you know. Don't enjoy your weekend. Enjoy your weekend. Take the time. Be with your family. Do the barbecue thing. If you're on with me now, it's probably because of the weather. I'm not that fascinating. Anyway, enjoy the rest of your weekend. And 4th of July. And go light some fireworks off. They're legal. Ain't that cool? All right, guys. Peace. I'll see you all tomorrow if you're on. All right. Bye-bye.